dan kunnen jullie twee dingen doen. Of jullie offeren de bloemen op de rand van het altaar. Dat is één ding. Of jullie moeten wachten tot 7 minuten totdat het bij de puja is. Maar in de tussentijd is er niemand. De enige andere mogelijkheid is om op de rand van het altaar te offeren. Dan mag je er even over en dan maar echt op de rand van het altaar blijven, niet verder.
Nee.
Ja?
Goed, dankjewel.
Sorry. zijn naar de salle de temple tout seul pour quelques minutes, avant qu'ils viennent. C'est l'encens. On brûle beaucoup d'encens. Alors ceci, c'est notre salle de temple. Nous commençons ici à 4h30 le matin. Alors il y a une cérémonie sur l'autel où on offre du feu, de l'encens, fleurs, de l'eau, et puis nous avons des prières à ce côté-ci. Et alors à 5h, les rideaux se ferment, il y a 5 prêtres qui montent sur l'autel, ils enlèvent tous les vêtements, les décorations, tout. Ils lavent les mourtis et puis les habillent dans les nouveaux vêtements. Alors ici en bas,
les mourtis.
Les mourtis.
Ah, ce sont les poupées.
Oui, on les appelle les mourtis. Et alors ici en bas, il y a 3 pièces, plein d'armoires. Alors il y a hoeveel waren het er? 90, 100 outfits?
Meer dan 100 al.
Il y a encore plus de 100 vêtements pour la journée et 100 vêtements pour la nuit ici en bas.
Ah oui.
Et puis les couronnes, tout est là ici en bas. 3 pièces pleines d'armoires.
D'accord.
Et puis le soir, on fait la même chose. Il y a une cérémonie à 7h et à 7h30. De nouveau, les prêtres montent, ils enlèvent les vêtements et puis ils mettent les vêtements de nuit. Ce qui sont beaucoup plus simples, pas les guirlandes, pas les bijoux. Il y a aussi, en bas, il y a 3 cuisines. Alors, il y a une cuisine pour notre communauté et il y a une cuisine où simplement les prêtres peuvent entrer. Alors, il y a une cuisine 6 repas par jour spécifiquement pour l'hôtel. Et puis il y a une petite cuisine pour les membres, pour réchauffer la nourriture, pour faire une tasse de thé, quelque chose comme ça. Et alors au milieu, c'est Krishna avec sa flûte.
Oui.
À sa gauche, à notre droite, c'est Radha. C'est le Hare dans la Hare Krishna mantra. C'est l'énergie divine féminine. Alors c'est l'énergie divine féminine.
Oui.
C'est l'énergie d'amour. Cette côté-ci, c'est Jagannath Baladev. Donc Jagannath, c'est le Seigneur de l'univers. C'est aussi Dieu, c'est aussi Krishna, mais la relation est un peu différente. C'est tout un tout petit peu différent parce que Krishna qui joue la flûte et le Seigneur de l'univers, vous sentez, il y a une autre énergie là. Puis à gauche, c'est Gornitai, le Seigneur Chaitanya, Seigneur Nityananda, il danse. Et Seigneur Chaitanya, en fait, est le vrai fondateur de notre ligne dans l'hindouisme.
Ah oui.
Alors, dans l'hindouisme, il y a différents lignes. Alors, il y a le polythéisme, il y a le monothéisme. Nous sommes le monothéisme. Bien que nous avons plusieurs thèmes, quand même, nous sommes le monothéisme. Il n'y a qu'un Dieu. Et alors, même dans le monothéisme, il y a différentes lignes. Ensuite, il a commencé cette ligne avec les chants dans les rues, parce qu'on nous connaît les Hare Krishna, les chants dans les rues. L'importance de Hare Krishna, même les livres que nous lisons, ce sont des livres dont il a toujours parlé. Alors lui, il est le vrai fondateur de notre ligne dans l'hindouisme. Et notre fondateur, Srila Prabhupada, qui est à l'autre côté, alors lui, il a l'amené dans l'Occident. Mais avant ça, cette ligne existait déjà. Ce n'était pas nouveau. Seigneur Chaitanya, il est venu il y a environ 540 ans. Alors ça existait déjà plus que 500 années avant qu'il est venu dans l'Occident. Alors on se demande pourquoi est-ce qu'ils font tout ça avec les poupées. N'est-ce pas? Oui. Alors, oui, mais ça y a une raison. Parce que ce que nous pratiquons, c'est le bhakti yoga. Alors, yoga, ça veut dire se lier avec Dieu. Ça, c'est la vraie significance du mot yoga. C'est un mot sanskrit et ça veut dire se lier avec Dieu. Et bhakti, ça veut dire amour, dévotion.
Oui.
Alors, nous essayons d'avoir une relation avec Dieu, une relation d'amour, de dévotion. C'est très difficile d'aimer quelqu'un qu'on ne peut pas voir. Nous avons des yeux matériels. Dieu est purement spirituel. Alors avec nos yeux matériels, on ne peut pas se Il n'y a pas de différence pour moi, en effet, parce que la boîte à lettres fait ce que moi j'ai besoin. Alors, c'est une représentation d'apostolage. Alors, le Murti, c'est une directe représentation de Dieu. Alors, je me rends compte qu'il y a un Dieu dans le monde spirituel. Il n'y a pas que le Murti, il y a un Dieu dans le monde spirituel. Mais pour moi, ce Murti n'est non différent du Dieu dans le monde spirituel, parce que c'est par lui que je peux montrer je peux avoir cette relation, je peux montrer mon amour, je peux le servir, et ça je ne peux pas encore faire avec Dieu dans le monde spirituel, parce que moi je ne sais pas le voir.
Ah, mais il y a des personnes qui savent le voir.
Oui, il y en a, mais certainement pas moi. Et alors là, c'est pour ça que nous avons des Murtis. Et c'est pour ça que nous les habillons, nous les cuisinons, quand c'est leur jour d'anniversaire, on achète des cadeaux, alors on fait des choses pour eux. Comment on le ferait pour Dieu si moi j'aurais pu avoir Dieu devant moi? C'est la même chose. Alors on agit avec le Murti comme on agit avec Dieu. Parce que pour nous c'est Dieu.
C'est la représentation de Dieu sur terre.
Oui, c'est ça.
Ok. Mais
Si
c'est
vous voulez faire
intéressant.
une photo, vous pouvez le faire.
Ah oui, pourquoi pas. Je suis venu voir parce
Parce
que.
que j'entendais la téléphone, là, je me disais, ok,
Ah oui, c'est ça.
c'est pas quelque chose qu'on rencontre tous les jours dans les Ardennes, n'est-ce pas?
Mais je suis venu voir parce que il y a longtemps, ma maman était venue ici
Ok,
parce qu'elle était fort malade.
ok,
C'était une maison de repos
ok.
avant. Et je suis venu
Vous êtes
voir.
certaine que ce n'était pas à l'autre côté de la rue, parce que là, il y a une maison de repos.
Oui, mais elle a été là après.
Ok,
Ouais. Quand elle était jeune, elle est venue ici.
ok.
Oh, c'est beau.
Ah oui.
Ah, c'est très beau. Ah, merci.
Chaque jour, c'est une autre couleur, c'est une autre.
Ah
Oui, toujours différent.
oui. Belle garde-robe.
Oui.
Et ça, c'est la décoration avant
La décoration était là, mais pas
le
la
château.
couleur.
Ah oui, d'accord.
Alors, c'est pas le vrai failleur, nous avons mis le faux failleur,
Oui,
parce que le vrai failleur c'est trop cher.
oui.
Et alors, ça a pris beaucoup de temps. Je crois que une pièce comme ceci, ça prenait environ 3-4 mois. Sinon,
Oh, oui, oui.
ça.
Oh, oui.
Et puis il y en a plusieurs, alors ça a pris beaucoup de temps.
Eh bien, ça fait plaisir de voir que tout ça vit encore.
Ah oui.
Dit gaat even als een weet. Als je wilt mag je wel in het orthodoxe bijkomen. Kom maar op, Krishna ook. Krishna bijt niet. We vinden onze tempelvrouw. Kleurrijk, hè? Elke dag krijgen de gedaan van het altaar 2 keer per dag andere kleding aan. S morgens en s'avonds. Er zijn 5 mensen toegewijd, hier 2 uur en kwart in de week. Weer op dat persoonlijke aspect, hè? De naderen Krishna als een persoon. Hè? Hij is echt een persoon voor ons en wij behandelen hem ook als persoon. Hè? Ja, dat is ook dus je ziet op het algemeen in het midden Krishna. Krishna is altijd afgebeeld met de fluit. En Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare en Krishna is altijd samen. God en zijn liefdesenergie, in de vorm van raad en van is altijd bij God. En zij hebben een eeuwige liefdesrelatie. Dat is de oorsprong van alle relaties, is een liefdesrelatie tussen God en de liefdesenergie van hem. Hij heeft die speciaal aan zichzelf geëxpandeerd om een relatie te kunnen hebben. Anders is het moeilijk om jezelf. Nee? Dus en links op het altaar is die persoon dat ik zei 500 jaar geleden dat die haar verschenen is om dat Krishna gebedje te brengen. Want dat gebedje heeft, dat is een heel speciaal gebed, dat kan die liefde voor Krishna terug opwekken. En dat mediteren wij gezamenlijk op, elke avond is iets wat we gezongen. En dat gebed. Of wij, dus niet voor mijn oren, maar er wordt elke dag aan Krishna een geur geofferd. En dat wordt dan op een waterstokje geofferd en dan daarna krijgt iedereen dan op zijn dingen. En dan kan je ruiken. Nu is het dus het ruikt niet meer. Maar ik hou er altijd bij en ik steek dan een zakje en dan ruikt dat weer. Dus wij mediteren ook individueel, elke morgen, van 5:15 tot 7. Of van 5 uur tot 7. En dan, zie je, dit is een gebedsnoek, rozenkrans. Een leuke anekdote is dat die rozenkrans eigenlijk afkomstig komt uit India. Kruisvaarders hebben die meegebracht naar hier als gebedsnoek. Want oorspronkelijk heeft die hongerstenen, dat zijn hongerstenen een bootje betalen. En rozenkrans is 54. Het moet maar staan, de helft. Omdat het was wat veel waarschijnlijk. We zijn op 11, dan gaan we rustig zitten. Een ontspannen houding en dan mediteren we op Krishna. Door een beetje op te doen. En welk woordje zeggen we Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama betekent, dat is ook een naam van Krishna, en betekent de bron van alle vreugde. Dus God is de bron van alle vreugde. De spirituele wereld is er geen depressie. Is er alleen maar vreugde en liefde. U wil er niet naartoe. Dus en Hare, heb ik al gezegd, is een persoon van de liefdesenergie. En daarom, en Krishna is Krishna. In het Sanskriet wordt het anders uitgeschreven. Onder de eerste van een puntje, dan wordt er een I achter achterin uitgesproken. En een S met een puntje is een Sh. Krishna. En een N met een puntje is meer een Nu. Krishna. En bijvoorbeeld een streepje op een A, dan wordt die A 2 keer zo lang. Dus het is niet Rama, maar Rama. Rama. Wat kan ik nog vertellen? Kijk, elke dag wordt er ook Krishna voedsel geofferd. Niet dat God eten wil geven, maar het is gewoon weer een medium om die liefde te uiten. Zoals dat we voor onze partner koken. Ook niet het voedsel is een medium om de liefde te uiten. Net hetzelfde. En elke dag wordt ook een offering gedaan. Wordt er ook vuur, water, een bloem en die geur geofferd aan Krishna. Zijn energie wordt er terug aan hem geofferd, aangeboden. Dus en dan zie je ook de heilige planten staan. Zie je die twee een tijdje aan het mediteren in plaats van aan het werken. Hè, hoe dat hij die beelden moest maken, maar zijn meditatie werd verbroken. En hij zegt, en hij is dan vertrokken, want zijn meditatie was verbroken en kon de beelden niet meer afwerken. En daardoor zijn het al half afgewerkte beelden, die dan toch Krishna zijn voor ons. Hè. Ja. Daar die beeldvorm. Hè. En de rest is Jagannath. En Jagannath wil zeggen Heer van het universum. God is de Heer van het universum. En zijn zuster is Subhadra en zijn broer is Baladev. En daar zie je trouwens ook weer die half mens, half geleerd. Ja? En dat die koning op zijn schoot ligt en aan zijn einde komt. Hier onder dat altaar heb je de volledige grote van het altaar, heb je aan de garderobe, een kledingkast. En daar hangen 200 van die kostuums in. Ja. En die dagoutfits, die worden in India gemaakt. Maar de nachtoutfit, die wordt hier zelf ter plaatse gemaakt. Door onze eigen mensen. Ja. Dus als je nu straks moet terugkomen rond een uur of 8:30, dan zie je Krishna in een heel andere outfit. Dus om 7 uur beginnen ze weer dan van Krishna andere kleren aan. Je ziet, ja, dan krijg je de liana. Je ziet ook de drijfbekertjes staan. Hè? Mag Krishna niet doorstellen? Natuurlijk, Krishna heeft geen dorst, maar het is weer een manier om die liefde te uiten, om die band, hè, Krishna op te bouwen. Straks, als je dan straks moest komen, dan inderdaad worden er hier bedjes gezet, kleine bedjes. Gewoon omdat Krishna kan gaan rusten. Dus allemaal die persoonlijke band met Krishna. Ja. Dus wat gebeurt er nu ook nog? S'avonds bijvoorbeeld, nee, het is morgen om 9:00 wordt er een lezing gegeven uit een bepaald vers uit die Bhagavad Gita, of uit die boeken. Wordt een vers geciteerd en is er dan iemand die plaatsneemt op die stoel en die geeft dan uitleg over dat vers. Wordt dan wat meer toegelicht. En de andere mensen die komen dan luisteren en die stellen dan vragen en op die manier we dan dieper inzicht te krijgen in die geschiedenis. We hebben bepaalde mensen die heel geleerd zijn en die geven dan regelmatig lezingen. Dus en daar zie je weer onze stichter, en die heeft ook een plaatsje in de tempelkamer. Die kijkt eeuwig op het altaar uit, op het Krishna altaar. Nu ga ik jullie een keer die mantra een keer zien. En dan kunnen jullie een keer samen zingen eventueel, en heb je nog een keer van geproefd. Hoe dat die gaat. Wie is er hier muzikaal aangelegd? Wie wil er op de trom spelen? Dat moet niet, maar als je zegt, oh ik wil dat wel doen. Is dat jullie denk ik dan niet? Dat is iets anders. Ja, dus muziekjes. Dit heeft nog een koeienbel. Kijk. Het is gewoon 1, 2, 3. Daar ga ik die toon aangeven. Heb je er zin in? Nee? Ja? Ook niet? Iemand anders? Niemand? Ik ben niet muzikaal aangelegd. Oké. Ik zal het zelf moeten doen. Hè? Kijk. Dat zijn handsymbooltjes. Je hebt daar ook nog een orgel. Een handorgel. Dat wordt ook gebruikt. Ik kan het niet bespelen, maar ik kan het wel eens laten horen. Dat is met een blaasballetje aan. Zie je? Oké. En als je dan hoofdsteden gaan we regelmatig al eens wandelen en dan zingen we ook Hare Krsna. Ja, heel kort hè.
Niet zingen,
Nee.
dat was iemand.
Gezien hè, in Amsterdam is er, zijn jullie toevallig in Amsterdam?
Nee.
Nee, hè? In Amsterdam hebben we op 10 september een optocht. En dan gaan die beelden, die godsbeelden, die komen dan ook naar de kerk. En dan is er gewoon in India dat die kar met touwen wordt getrokken. En dan gaan we door Amsterdam gaan. Ja. En een stoetstand al een uur of 2. En dan eindigen we op het, hoe noemt dat grote plein daar?
De Dam.
Ja, de Dam, daar. Een hele activiteit daar. Hè. Ik zal een keer zingen voor jullie. Hè. En zien we een keer mee. Moet niet verlegen zijn, iedereen kan zingen. Als ik kan zingen, hè. Kijk, het gaat als volgt. Want die Krishna, dat Krishna liedje of mantra, als het genoemd wordt, een mantra is een heilig beetje. Dat kan in verschillende tonen worden gezongen, maar kan gewoon een basismelodie geven. Kijk, het gaat als volgt. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Kan? Ja. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Niet gemakkelijk, hè? Niet moeilijk wil ik zeggen, hè? Nee, toch, hè? Maar je moet in het begin is het wel even wennen, hè? Want dan, maar eens dat je dat kent, het is 2 keer Hare Krishna en dan Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Dus eigenlijk de 2 namen opsplitsen en dan Hare Rama en dan weer opgesplitst Rama Rama. Dus jullie zijn geslaagd voor de test. Dat was, het ingangsexamen.
Ja.
Dat zijn wij.
Ja, hè? Ik zal eens een diploma uitreiken. Ja, dus dat was het zo. En dan hebben jullie nog vragen eventueel over wat jullie zien? Nee. Dan gaan we nog even naar het museum buiten, daar heb je nog een museum. En dan is er nog een spijker. Goed, dan zal ik weer even voorgaan. Hè? Ik ga het niet even uitdoen. Hoeft niet te branden. Hè? Nee, ik ga weer elkaar gaan. Is goed.
Dat had je natuurlijk niet verwacht, want hier vlakbij dat zoiets zo dichtbij is. Ja. Nou, als je in India een tempel binnengaat, komt u ook ongeveer zoiets vergelijkbaars tegen. Dit is ons altaar. Iedere ochtend dan begint hier onze ochtenddienst om 4:30. Dus de meeste mensen staan hier om 4 uur. Dat zie je vaker in, spreek je ook Nederlands? In kloosters zie je wel vaker dat de monniken al vroeg opstaan om te bidden. Dat is een goede periode om te mediteren en te bidden. Omdat de geaardheid van de hele aarde is nog heel erg in de goedheid. Als je het later op de dag moet gaan doen, dan is die geest heeft al zoveel indruk gehad. Het is moeilijker om te mediteren. Kan wel. Maar goed, om 4:30 gaat dan het gordijn open. En dan ziet u dus in het midden met de fluit Krishna staan. Zoals die ook op de schilderijen wordt afgebeeld, zoals daar bijvoorbeeld. Hij blaast altijd op de fluit. En die vrouwelijke gedaante langs hem, dat is zijn eeuwige geloofde, Radha of Hare. Zij zijn verliefd op elkaar, zijn altijd op zoek naar elkaar. Dus wij bidden eigenlijk God zowel in een mannelijke als in een vrouwelijke vorm. En die 2 vrouwelijke gedaantes daar langs, dat zijn de dienaresjes van zijn geloofde. Dus zij zijn haar altijd aan het helpen om bloemenslingers te maken bijvoorbeeld. Je ziet ook dat zij op onze beeldgedaanten allemaal een verse bloemenkrans aan hebben. Die worden elke dag vers gemaakt. Dus wij zingen in de ochtend we een paar liederen voor Krishna. Dat duurt altijd ongeveer een half uur. Dan gaat het gordijn dicht. En dan komen er een stuk 5, 6 priesters, priesteressen op het altaar. En dan worden al die deities, want wij zien dat niet als beelden of poppen, in India noemen ze dat deities. Die worden allemaal gebaard en die krijgen allemaal nieuwe kleding aan. Dat gebeurt 2 keer per dag. Ja, dus als u vanavond hier zou komen van 8:15 tot 9:15, dan is er nog een avonddienst en dan krijgen ze de avondkleding aan. En dan morgen, als het gordijn open gaat, hebben ze nog die avondkleding aan. En daarna krijgen ze weer helemaal nieuwe outfits. Nieuwe achtergronden ook. Hieronder is een kleedzaal, er hangt iets van 200 van die kledingsets. Net was de verschijningsdag, Krishna's verjaardag zeg maar. Dan maken we altijd weer zo'n nieuwe kledingset erbij. Vind je het mooi? Ja, prachtig? Dat is goed. Ja, er zitten ongeveer 55 man nu per dag in. Dus het gordijn is dan dicht, dan worden al die deities gebaard en dan zijn de monniken aan het bidden. Dus wij hebben misschien hebt u al afgevraagd wat er in dat zakje zit. Geen knikkers, maar een paternoster noemen ze dat in België. Een gebedssnoer, die is gemaakt van een eigen plant. Die ziet u ook hier met die 2 jurkjes aan, dat is de tulsi plant. In India wordt het een grote struik en daar wordt die gebedssnoer van gemaakt. En op iedere kraal herhalen wij deze mantra. Heb je wel eens van een mantra gehoord? Er zijn mensen die al mantra's chanten ook. Het woordje mantra, manaha, betekent mind, of onze gedachten. En tra betekent bevrijding, of het transporteren van jouw gedachten naar een spiritueel niveau. En dat gebeurt door het herhalen van Gods naam. En in de kerk zeggen ze ook, uw naam wordt geheiligd. Er zit heel veel, Krishna zegt, ik ben niet verschillend van mijn naam. Dus als je mijn naam aanroept, kom je direct met mij in contact. En dat zijn alle namen van God. Het woordje Krishna, dat betekent de allermooiste. Rama, dat betekent de bron van alle vreugde. En Hare is het aanroepen van Gods liefdesenergie of het vrouwelijke aspect van God. Dus op iedere kraal doen we Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Dat kun je zachtjes doen of luid. De meeste mensen zitten en dan zijn ze aan het mediteren op die mantra. Je hebt net verteld dat mannen betekenen de mind of de gedachtes. In het begin zijn die gedachtes nog, die roepen van alles nog, van ik voel niks of ik moet mijn rekeningen nog betalen, wat komt er op televisie om. Dat maalt maar door, hè. Precies. Maar zo'n mantra die maakt dus die mind kalmer en rustiger. En op een gegeven moment voel je dus werkelijk Krishna in zijn naam echt aanwezig. En wij zingen dat ook vaak op straat. Ik weet niet of jullie wel eens Hare Krishna's op straat even wel eens zien zingen. In de stad meestal. Waar heeft u het gezien? Weet u dat dan? In? Hasselt. Hasselt, oké. Ja. Wij gebruiken dan vaak die Indiase instrumenten hier. Dit is bijvoorbeeld een trom. Harmonium wordt ook vaak gebruikt voor de tempeldiensten. En de kartels van die handsymbooltjes. Wat we altijd doen met onze toeristen, ik zie dat er een paar goede zangers tussen staan, zangeressen. We doen even samen een keertje die mantra zingen. En dan kunt u zelf ook eens een keer Hare Krsna zingen. Ik zal een keertje voorzingen en dan mag u een keertje meezingen. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Meestal moet ik heel erg luisteren, want het zingt er wel echt in omheen. Maar jullie staan mijn handen mooi mee. Ja, goed. Dankjewel. Nou, om 7:15 zijn de priesters en de noemen ze brahmanen trouwens. Die zijn al klaar met het aankleden van de deities. Ze hebben allemaal mooie nieuwe bloemenslingers gekregen ook. En dan gaat het gordijn open. En iedere ochtend zingen we dan nog een lied voor de stichter. Die u achterin ziet zitten. Heeft u misschien in de film ook al wat van meegekregen. En daarna is er nog een ochtendlezing. Hè. Dus hier op het bord wordt dan altijd één zo'n vers behandelen we dan. Meestal gebeurt dat door iemand die al wat langer hiermee bezig is. Want wat daar staat is 5000 jaar geleden gesproken. En hoe pas je dat dan in deze tijd toe? Hè? Dus, er hoort wat tekst en uitleg bij. We hebben iets van 1600 leden in de Benelux, dus de meeste mensen beoefenen dit geloof thuis. Maar sommigen van hun willen toch graag ook die ochtendlezing meevolgen. Dan hebben we hier een camera en daarachter nog een. Die staan gewoon de hele dag aan. Dus als je naar de website van Radhadesh gaat en je klikt op live, dan kijk je hier direct zo naar binnen. Ja. Hebben jullie hier vragen over waarom we bepaalde dingen doen?
Die rechtse.
Ja,
Wat die rechten inderdaad zijn, ja, die zijn apart. Hè? Daar hoort een verhaal bij. Er was in het zuiden van India, dus je hebt India, die punt. En maar onderin die punt is een stad die heet Puri. Die ligt een beetje aan de kust. En daar is een gigantische grote tempel. En daar was, honderden jaren geleden was daar een koning en die wilde graag een beeldgedaante van Krishna gebeeldhouwd hebben. En die vond een heel groot stuk hout op het strand. En toen verscheen er ineens een beeldhouwer. En hij vroeg aan die beeldhouwer of hij een beeld van Krishna voor hem kon maken. Toen zei de beeldhouwer, dat wil ik best doen, maar dan mag u niet komen kijken. Pas als ik klaar ben, mag u komen kijken. Als u eerder komt kijken, dan ben ik weg. Dus die koning die hoorde, dagenlang hoorde hij de bijtelen achter die gesloten deur en hij werd steeds nieuwsgieriger. En op een gegeven moment kon hij zich niet meer inhouden en toen is hij gaan kijken. En toen was de beeldhouwer weg en toen vond hij deze 3 gedaantes van Krishna. Dus de rechter, Krishna wordt beschreven, zijn huidskleur is heel donkerblauw, bijna zwart. Dus die rechter, die zwarte, dat is Krishna. En die linker is zijn broer en de middelste is zijn zus. Dus het zijn een vrij unieke, heel aparte beeldgedaanten eigenlijk die in het zuiden van India vereerd wordt. Daar zijn die ook zo groot als het plafond, zo heel hoog. Maar wij Westerlingen mogen daar niet naar binnen in die tempel. Maar 1 keer per jaar worden die op hele grote karren gezet. En dan worden die beelden door die stad Puri heen getrokken. En op die dag komen ongeveer 3 miljoen mensen op af, op dat festival. En wij doen het ook met deze deities. Dan doen we dat in 1 keer per jaar. Dan hebben we een optocht in Amsterdam. En dan zetten we ze ook op een kar. En dan eindigen we op de Dam. En dan hebben we dan de hele dag een festival met allemaal kraampjes en een podium. We hebben dat goed een maand geleden in Antwerpen gedaan. En dan doen we elk jaar, dan gaan we door Antwerpen. En dan hebben we op het einde het festival op de Groenplaats. Dat is een beetje, we houden die traditie er wel in. Maar mensen vragen zich wel af elke keer van, wat is dat? Hè? Dus maar Krishna in zijn originele gedaante is zo, hè, met de fluit. Er wordt wel eens gevraagd van, is het een jongen of een meisje? Omdat op heel veel schilderijen wordt hij afgebeeld met een beetje met make-up en met lange zwarte haren. Maar in die schriften wordt dan bijvoorbeeld een beschrijving gegeven dat zijn lippen zagen eruit als donkerrood koraal. En zijn zagen eruit als lotusblaadjes. Dus zo'n schilder moet zich wel houden aan die beschrijving. Wou u spreken? Ik zie het niet. Nee. Oh.
Een workshop hebben.
Oké, ik ben bijna klaar. Ja. Dus mensen vragen zich af van waarom kleden jullie die beelden om of waar, maar Krishna beschrijft in ons heilige boek, iemand vroeg net, hebben jullie een heilig boek? Was het? Ja. Dus één zo'n vers in het boek, daar legt Krishna uit, als u mij een bloem offert of wat water of wat noten en u doet het met devotie of met toewijding, dan aanvaard ik de liefde waarmee dat gebeurt. Dus als we onze kok hier beneden is de keuken, als die aan het koken is, denkt hij, ik ben aan het koken voor Krishna, ik probeer het met zoveel mogelijk liefde te doen. Hij proeft er niet van. En voordat wij het eten, wordt het eerst hier in kleine bakjes op het altaar geofferd. En daarna gaat het terug in de pot en dan is het voedsel gezegend. Dat is net zoiets dat je bidt voor het eten. In India doen ze dat op die manier. En zo is het ook met het omkleden. We schrijven in dit leven niet de ogen om God al te kunnen zien. Maar we kunnen het al wel oefenen. We kunnen het oefenen door een mooie bloemenslinger te maken. En als onze meditatie dan is, ik doe dit voor Krishna. Hij belooft dan in het geschrift dat hij zal die liefde waarmee hij doet aanvaarden. Goed, nog een laatste ding wat ik wou vertellen. Deze kamer bestond uit 2 kamers. Hè. Dus hier was een muur, die hebben wij eruit gehaald om die kamer iets groter te maken. Maar ja, dat is een dragende muur, dus we hebben een grote stalen balk erin gemaakt. En hebben in 1983 hebben we dat altijd gebouwd. En omdat wij dus ook vaak op de grond zitten met mediteren, hebben we vloerverwarming onder de vloer gemaakt. En dit is een van de eerste kamers waar we goed 3 jaar geleden hebben we hier dubbelglas geplaatst. Dus het is geleidelijk wordt het kasteel steeds meer opgeknapt.
Aangenaam, comfortabel.
Ja, toen die ramen erin stonden, dat verschil merkte je meteen. We hadden altijd enkel glas hier, 30 jaar lang. Dus het scheelt zeker veel. Maar ja, dit is veel werk, want die muren die zijn zo dik. Het was veel werk. Ja. Goed, wij gaan eventjes naar de toren. Daar hebben we een mooi uitzicht.
don't switch on the lights.
I think we were better with it off, right, so that we could see the screen. Just thinking we can sing Goranga Bolite Habe. How is everyone? Looks like I scared even more people yesterday. You think it's the heat, or people are just late coming?
It is hot. But
Okay.
I don't know if it's the reason.
Okay, well, it's recorded, so that's fine. Let's see. I thought the anxiety one would scare people away, make them anxious. Today's the grief one. Say that again? Oh, okay. There's another class finishing? Okay, no problem. That's fine. Then we can do the bhajan now. So we'll do Goranga Bolite Habe. If someone forgot us. Goranga Bolite Habe Pulaka. What are we missing? Goranga Vishaya Charya Kave Shuddha Habe Mana Kabe Hama Hera Boshi Vrindavana Vishaya Charya Kave Sudha Habe Mana Kabe Hama Hera Boshi Rupa Raghunatha Pade Hoibe Akuti Kabe Hama Hoja Hoshi Yogala Piriti Rupa Rupa Raghunatha Pade Hoibe Akuti Kabe Hama Bhuja Bhushe Yugala Pariti Rupa shalakaya chakshurunmilitam yena tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Dadati Sapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yata Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajata Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Setam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Shakam Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanuste Devi Pranamami Haribhye Panchakapatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhuvevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So welcome back everyone. I know yesterday was emotionally both freeing, but also may have been challenging, either whilst you were here or perhaps after you left. Maybe there were other things you reflected on. It can be quite tiring to do psychological work, to work on clearing things from the mind, from the subtle body, especially when we're dealing with impressions that we've had for a long time. And you know, some people said that they had a little bit of a headache or they were a bit tired afterwards. It's important to treat it almost like a gym workout. You know, you must rehydrate and also take proper rest. We process a lot when we're asleep. We don't realize that there are many levels of consciousness within us that are still acting when we're still asleep. The body's resting to repair the cells. The mind, the brain is rebooting itself. Depending on our consciousness, we may be going to other places. Either the past, maybe contemplating the present, and perhaps even going in the future or other dimensions. And some personalities are spiritually, you know, so connected that you may be even leaving this realm when you're sleeping. So it's important that you get adequate rest and hydrate and prasad, because this sometimes can be harder work than a physical workout, just because we're really cleaning the fine dust. You know, just like in Chaitanya Charitamrita, when there's a Gundicha temple cleansing, Lord Chaitanya cleans everything twice, right? He finds more dirt the second time. It's easy when you clean a room, cleaning the dust that you can see is very easy. You go with a fine-tooth comb, you go and inspect very thoroughly, like you might if an elder's coming to visit your house. You know, the person who comes and runs their finger along the surfaces to see if there's any dust, right? So we want to clean like that. So cleaning the subtle dust is sometimes harder work, is often harder work. My patients who tell me that when they go to therapy sessions, it's fun. I tell them you're not having therapy because it's not meant to be fun. It's meant to be hard work, because you should be looking at things that are difficult, not just having a general chat. You can have a general chat with anyone. So in terms of this topic of overcoming psychological distress, we are now going to be looking more closely at overcoming grief. Now there's so many different types of psychological distress. And you know, this could have been a 10-day seminar if we'd spent, you know, a session on every single different type of psychological distress. But the reason I focused on these two, the anxiety and fear, is because fear is at the root of everything. And then grief, I'm focusing on, and grieving, because loss is a natural experience for everybody. So actually, if I was to give this seminar title, even though it's part of under the umbrella of overcoming psychological distress, I would say we're going to be looking at healthy and transcendental grieving. The art of letting go and connecting more deeply. So in today's session, we'll look at healthy grieving, unhealthy grieving, and transcendental or spiritual grieving. So if we look at what grief or grieving is, it's basically the experience, and that means everything, the thoughts, the feelings, the behavior, the journey, living the journey of losing something or someone. It's experiencing loss, really. And we're always losing something or someone whenever there's a change. I think yesterday and the day before I mentioned that change is one of the biggest triggers for mental health issues, and can also contribute to almost every single mental disorder, because it increases stress. There's always some letting go. And it can even apply to expectations. We lose expectations, don't we? Living in an expectation, the expectation creates a picture for us, or a dimension for us that we live in. Just like if you have an expectation you're going to get a particular job or a particular service, you already start living in that particular new lifestyle. You may already start spending money as if you already have the job. You may already start identifying with that particular service role. Or perhaps, this may be a sensitive topic, but I think it's important to address it. For example, if you're bringing a child into the world and you experience a miscarriage, you haven't yet known that child, you don't know that person yet. So who or what are you grieving? Often we're grieving an expectation, because when we're expecting a new soul, when we're expecting a new person to join our family, we start to rearrange our life, we rearrange our mindset. Mothers and fathers both. It's not just the mother who gets affected, also fathers. Also thinking about, okay, there's this new person, how should we paint the nursery? What do I need to work on in myself? And we often, these changes, especially the invited ones, are catalysts for us to improve something in our life. So everybody, even if you haven't yet lost someone, a loved one, in terms of grieving for their loss through death or through departure from their physical body, we've all experienced loss, every single one of us. And actually we experience it much more often than we realize. But healthy grieving, it's always good to start off to look at the healthiest version of it. Healthy grieving is really an opportunity for us to let go of the things that are blocking our personal and our spiritual development, and embrace and connect more deeply with those things and personalities who can help our spiritual and personal growth. And it may also mean that even when we're grieving the loss of a spiritual personality, actually healthy grieving enables us to connect with them more deeply. Especially if the person is someone that we can very clearly see this person was good for my personal and spiritual growth, we may even be in more denial, because we feel that, okay, well, what will grieving and lamentation achieve? So I'm going to start with this verse from Bhagavatam 5:11-16. It's Canto 5, chapter 11, verse 16. Nayavadeta mana atmalingam samsara tapavapanam janasya yachoka mohamaya ragalobha veranubandham mamatam vidatte. Translation: the soul's designation, the mind, is the cause of all tribulations in the material world. As long as this fact is unknown to the conditioned living entity, he has to accept the miserable condition of the material body and wander within this universe in different positions. Because the mind is affected by disease, lamentation, illusion, attachment, greed, and enmity, it creates bondage and a false sense of intimacy within this material world. So this key word I want to pick up on, particularly around grief, is intimacy. What does intimacy mean? What do you think of when you think of intimacy? When something or someone is intimately close, or intimacy, what do you think?
Trust.
Trust, okay, trust. What else?
Sharing a safe space.
Safe space, okay, very good. Hannah, did you want to say something? Safety. Anything of what does intimacy also mean? To me, it feels like a closeness. Sorry?
Deeply connected.
Yes, deeply connected. Closeness, right?
You understand the other.
You understand the other, you understand the other side. So this particular sentence around intimacy, it creates bondage and a false sense of intimacy within this material world. False sense of intimacy, a false sense of safety. Right? Often when we are grieving the loss of something that we felt would be important for our safety. And we experience that maybe it's gone. And if your cogs of your mind and heart are already churning, you're thinking, yes, but aren't we? But when we lose a spiritual personality, we are losing someone under whom we feel safe and with whom we feel safe. Sometimes with our relatives we feel safe as well. Loved ones, if someone loves you, you feel safe with them, whether they're a devotee or not, right? They've given us shelter, they've enabled us to be able to even follow the process of spiritual life because they've taken care of us. So this intimacy, but this word intimacy is important because when we forget who we are, we become intimate with far too many different things, situations and people. In fact, these days we get more intimate with situations and objects than we do with people. We find safety in objects. We learn to love objects and use people. It's rather than love people and use objects. It's made us quite lonely and disconnected, even though we can reach out to each other any time of the day, even at 2 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes verses like this also can make us think we shouldn't lament. I mean, there's a couple of verses, for example, I know I speak about the Bhagavad Gita a lot to reflect on how Krishna actually really counsels Arjuna. He's so compassionate and he's so kind. But Arjuna actually says in the 2nd chapter, in the 8th verse, he says, I can find no means to drive away this grief. He's aggrieved, he's grieving. He's already grieving the loss of so many. Battle hasn't even begun. Okay, but he knows it's to come, and he knows who will be lost and what will happen, and so much will be lost. So I can find no means to drive away this grief, which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to dispel it, even if I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on earth with sovereignty like the demigods in heaven. When there's close intimacy, simple example, children who have a particular teddy bear, and they lose that particular teddy bear, even if you buy them an identical one, you say, no, when they're aggrieved, when they're really grieving, they say, no, it'll never be the same, it's not the same one. So he's saying a kingdom's not even enough. An entire kingdom, give me the whole planet, it's not enough for the grief and the loss that I'm about to feel. Right? And verse 11, Krishna says, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor the dead. Now this can be taken in 2 ways. If we take this on its own, we could easily go, well, we shouldn't really lament anything or grieve anything. It's all Maya. And if I lose something, I just have to take it on the chin and carry on because it's all about completing the service at the end of the day and getting the result, But if we take it in the context of the whole Bhagavad Gita, Krishna starts this journey. I think I spoke about this yesterday. I mentioned that Krishna is very compassionate and kind to Arjuna, but he's also firm. And as we go through the different stages of grief, and we reflect on how Krishna actually takes Arjuna through the whole grieving process, all of them, and Arjuna feels all the feelings. Really, in Bhagavad Gita, there's so many different things. Okay, in one sense, it's also a manual on how to grieve in a healthy way and in a transcendental way. But so, as devotees, as Vaishnavas, sometimes we do ourselves injustice when we take a verse and we take it out of context. Prabhu, you were asking about the correlation or the bridge between hermeneutics and the field of psychiatry or psychology. And, hermeneutics is the study of interpretation. How to interpret particularly sacred texts. Whereas psychiatry, psychology, all of this area looks at human thought, feeling, behavior. And particularly the mind, obviously, because thought, feelings and behavior are rooted in the mind. So much of our interpretation is dependent on the mind, the filter of the mind. But actually with sacred texts, the advantage is the words are coming from somebody who isn't conditioned. Krishna's mind is pure. Krishna's mind is the ultimate mind, his heart is the ultimate heart. But also, as we progress, our interpretation changes because the mind takes on different qualities. The mind also becomes pure. And also because the words themselves come from Krishna, they're dynamic, they're alive. Just like he says, as one surrenders unto me, I give them the knowledge of how to come to me. Reading sacred texts is a process of revelation as well. There's relationship there. So when we take verses out of context, we don't help ourselves. We often use those verses to cling to our misconceptions. Use them to cling to our misconceptions. It's rare that a spiritual process gives someone a new set of baggage. It's rare that Krishna stuffs our bag, that we're carrying up that hill with new stuff. Okay. Usually, if we're putting stuff in there, it's we're adding more of the same. There's already something in there, and we see it along the journey, and we say, well, I've got a little bit of this, let me take a little bit more because there's a Shastric reference here that supports it. Right? And this can apply to everything. Racism, sexism, being a workaholic, it can apply to everything. So we may have some reluctance to deal with our losses and just put it aside. But if we look at our greatest loss, our greatest separation was from Krishna. So every other grief, every other grieving process is an echo of our original separation, our original loss. This fly is very intimate with me. I don't know why he can't listen from over there. It's our original grief. And so as we grieve healthily, we can actually learn how to let go of all the many different things that we have developed a false sense of intimacy with and taken shelter of to cover over and plaster that original guilt, and let go of that and actually embrace the deep connection we have with Krishna and with each other. Sometimes as devotees also we don't have enough time to grieve. Right? We've got, because as devotees, we still do everything that anyone else does. We still want to maintain either our ashram, whether it's grahastha, brahmachari, vanaprastha, sannyas, you're maintaining your ashram. There are things to do to maintain an ashram. There are functional things. Then you're trying to take care of your, someone like me comes along and says, take care of your mind and your body as well. And you might be looking after elders, dependents, you may be doing service for devotees, you may be looking after children. Then there's chores to do. It doesn't matter if you're in a house or a temple, you have to still clean the toilets, still have to repair the building, you still have to look after the accounts, okay? And then there's the unexpected. And on top of that, we want to have a full devotional program where we do our sadhana, we want to read. So it makes for a very full schedule. So where is the time to notice? Where is the time to grieve? Right? It's just, sometimes we're too busy. Unfortunately, there may be a few people who don't grieve because they just don't care enough. It's rare, but we can. To become safe, we may keep ourselves at a distance from others and become quite hard-hearted. So it's important to also reflect on that. The other thing is, we can bring in new grief, new reasons to grieve, because we bring in a lot of vicarious living through what we read, what we watch on. I noticed there was someone standing on the steps right outside the temple. I don't know who they were. They were dressed in Vaishnava clothing. And clearly there must have been a hotspot for internet or something. There must have been a really strong connection, because they were watching a video and it was on full blast and they were so intensely absorbed in it, right? And like they would not move from that position, okay? And it just reminded me that when we vicariously live through whatever it is, television, Netflix, whether it's a YouTube video, whatever it is, when we watch a movie, when we watch the news, with news, yes, we want to keep informed to some degree, but the news doesn't change that much, okay? And what news we get is very much informed by the attitude of the reporter. We're rarely getting the facts only. We usually get the facts and then, 60 seconds or 30 seconds spent on the facts, another 5 minutes setting it up with a whole series of feelings and emotions and perspectives. Right? So much of, for example, the reporting on COVID was about danger, making us feel quite scared and helpless. It's easy to control people when they're scared and feeling helpless. So I'm not saying don't watch the news, I think it's important to keep our finger on the pulse. But we have to be careful to understand that there's different dimensions of reality acting at the same time. In this room, all of us are living in different dimensions of reality based on our mindset. And so is everybody else. Also with movies and things like that, those things, we bring them into our minds, that we bring them into our hearts, we bring other reasons. It's like we voluntarily grieve, right? We want to, sometimes people listen to music or watch something as permission to let go of certain emotions that maybe they don't want to connect with in real life because it's too painful. But when they watch a movie and it strikes a chord with them, it releases something. The problem is you've also introduced a new story in your mind, right? So we just have to be careful in understanding these things. And each person has to reflect on what they're developing a taste for and losing a taste for. But we've got to be careful not to give ourselves the best chance to not maintain taste for things that may not be helpful. So there's lots of reasons that we may not grieve in a healthy way. So I want to share with you stages of grief that generally everybody goes through or should be going through in order to achieve a state of having processed and moved on from that grief to be able to connect more deeply. I will explain each stage in a quite succinct and concise way so you understand it, but then when we do the exercise, we also reflect on Arjun and Krishna and their journey together of going through grief, or the grieving process, because that's what Arjun had already started off for himself. That's how he opens. Then sometimes drawing on another person's story helps make it easier to channel our grief or our pain. So the first stage of grief is, anybody know? Shock. Okay. Usually when we lose something, we are shocked to some degree. Because if there's intimacy there and there's an expectation there and we're already living in a particular picture, even if we have a pre-warning that it's going to happen, either that shock comes before the event actually happens or it comes after the event. And shock in one sense is our body putting us into, and our mind putting us into survival mode. Because shock often leads to, what happens when we're shocked? We get quite numb. Or when you're shocked, it's like you don't quite know what you're feeling, what's going on. And many people have said when they've, suddenly had some news and they're in shock, it kind of enables them to do what they need to do to prepare and to process. So it's an important stage, it's a recognized stage, and it is inevitable that we're shocked to some degree because it's a surprise. It's funny, we lose things all the time and yet we're still shocked when things are taken away from us. We still have some hope that somehow everything I expect from this world is going to happen. Don't we? We do. We place a lot of hope in this world. We place a lot of hope in things working out. We place a lot of hope in the impossible happening, even if we separate it from the spiritual. And so it's a shock. It's always a shock to us, even when someone's given us advance warning. That's why death comes as a shock to many people. Because we're told about it, we know it, we see it around us all the time. But when it comes knocking at our door, we're usually a bit shocked. Like, really? Me? I thought I was invincible, or anything. I was expecting that to happen. Why didn't it happen? I thought Krishna was kind, So there's always shock. So shock, we might go, it's like a survival phase. We get numb, gets us through the motions, ready for the next thing we have to do. And we can see this in Arjun as well. When he asks Krishna to bring him to the middle of the battlefield, there's some level of shock then and also prior. He's in disbelief. There's a disbelief. Shock is a disbelief, isn't it? He can't believe it, that it's come to this. How has it come to this? We used to play together. Me and Duryodhan, me and my cousins, we used to play together. Dronacharya was my teacher. grandfather Bhishma Dev used to sit me on his lap. He's shocked. Well, how has it come to this that we're just about to try to kill each other? Shock. And so he's already grieving their loss. Then there's some denial. Denial's the next stage. Again, it's a kind of coping mechanism. Okay? Continue as if nothing happens, or nothing is going to happen. Again, this is with expectations, with bereavement. Example is continuing to lay the table for somebody who's no longer there. Arjun's example. What might have been an expression of Arjun's denial? Does anybody have? You put your hand up? Anji? Anyone? When might have Arjun expressed some denial? When he says, better I go and sit and meditate under a tree. For a soldier to say they're going to go and meditate instead of fight is kind of denial. Because what he's saying is, yeah, they can carry on killing each other. I'm just going to sit here under the tree. That's strong denial. Continue as if nothing's happening. Krishna reminds me, you're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to stay in denial for very long because you are a protector by nature. Before you know it, you're going to be thinking about protecting people. And you'll want to get up and fight anyway. So denial, continuing as if nothing happens. Our feelings come up and it's like, no, it's not happening. And sometimes in spiritual life, when we lose spiritual personalities, we may embrace denial even more because we think, well, actually, no one ever dies. So if no Vaishnav never dies and continues in their words, then I shouldn't be lamenting at all. I shouldn't really be feeling. I can shed a few tears, it's okay. But, I shouldn't really be getting too aggrieved because it's just my Maya that I can't connect with their teachings. And we can be so hard on ourselves. Even when it comes to loss of expectations or loss of a loved one, or maybe a change in this body, loss of our youth, loss of our beauty, loss of a particular role. I meet a lot of people who are changing, they're transitioning, devotees and those in my clinical practice who are changing ashrams. Either there's brahmachari to grahastha, grahastha to vanaprastha. There's a change of role. Then that change means there's a loss of something. And that loss of something, a situation, connections, an identity, more often than not. The grief of that or the shock of that can outweigh the bringing on the new and something, which one is actually ready for. So denial can be very powerful and can hit us at every stage. It's a way of us putting on the brakes. No, this isn't happening. I need more space to process this. Okay, so let me just carry on. It's like psychological putting on the brakes. But then it hits us. Oh, it's actually happening. And one feels anger. And this anger, there's different types of anger. So this particular anger is outward anger. Okay, we feel this emotion of anger. Why me? Why now? How could you? Krishna, how could you arrange this? Why didn't you support me? Why did you take them away? We put our locus of control outside of ourselves and get angry. That this has all happened because of things that are out of my control. Okay, so we get angry. Anger turned outwards is quite hot, right? It's like fire. One might be very irritable when they're going through the anger stage of loss. One may shut themselves down out of resentment towards others. So anger is a natural stage of grieving. Anybody have any reflections when Arjun got angry or may have got angry? Anyone?
Maybe when he taught Krishna, I shall not fight.
Yeah, defiance, right?
Vanacharya explains that he chose the name of Madhusudan. You're killing enemies of demons, but you're asking me to kill friends.
Yeah, he's saying, how could you do this? Because he knows, on one level he knows, although fully Krishna hasn't explained to him who he is, he does that more through the Gita. There's some level that Arjun has taken shelter of Krishna. So he's angry. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight. You're asking me to kill friends. And also, even when he inquires with these questions, I mean, I cannot begin to even say I have insight into the mindset or heart set of Arjun. But one may want to do a thorough psychoanalysis of the Bhagavad Gita, and they could even say that sometimes when Arjun was challenging Krishna, right, challenging Krishna, yes, he's inquisitive, yes, he wants to know the truth, yes, he's surrendered, but that doesn't mean he doesn't feel other things. Like, how could you tell Vivashvan this knowledge? Millions of, is it Vivashvan? The sun god? Vivashvan, the sun god, he's older than you. And there's almost like like, what? How's this possible? You know, so anger, why? I don't understand this. Anger can often manifest from wanting to know the truth. But what's the truth? What's going on here? I don't understand this. So anger. So anger, which is turned outwards. Then guilt. Okay? This is anger turned inwards. We now start to see, okay, what could I have done differently? Am I misreading the situation? Did I do something wrong? Am I not taking shelter of Krishna properly? We internalize the anger, we turn it towards ourselves. There's a level of self-resentment. That's what guilt is. We're going to go into guilt much more in our Deepening Vaishnava Relationships seminar. I was hoping to cover it today, but I think it would be an over-endeavour to try and squeeze both things in. So internalized anger. Maybe if it's particularly around a loss of a loved one, maybe we regret not having given the best of ourselves, or maybe we didn't get a chance to say goodbye. Maybe if it's the loss of an expectation, we feel like we could have tried harder. Maybe we're punishing ourselves because we may be having some construct that, oh, actually Krishna's maybe punishing me because I didn't do good enough. If I was more pure, if I was more surrendered, things may be different. And so this can bring up a lot of guilt, a lot of self-resentment. That's actually what guilt is. There can be many reasons why we're feeling guilty. Where might Arjun have felt some guilt? When might he have felt some guilt?
When he saw universal form.
Yeah, perhaps when he saw the universal form. Also, yes, and afterwards, when he says to Krishna, oh, I'm so sorry, all this time I've been just, treating you like my cousin. And my friend. We used to lie in the same bed together. Because Krishna's doing two things. He's taking him through all the feelings of guilt, but he's also at the same time giving him the real thing that he should be intimate with. He's helping him to connect more deeply with him. He's doing both things at the same time. So he's not, through the process of the Gita, he's never said, oh, you should, that's it, forget all of your emotions, just go and fight. What do you think you're doing? He gives him such a deep explanation to bring him closer to him, saying, don't be intimate with these things, come here, be intimate, be close to me. Be close to me, use your different stages of grieving the loss of what actually you're not really losing. Okay, it's in your mind, your perception's in your mind. Stop being intimate with that perception, be intimate with me. And when you're intimate with me, you'll be able to continue. And you'll love me as a result. So Krishna takes him through a whole journey. Prabhupada actually says Krishna is the best psychiatrist. He uses these words, he said he's the best psychiatrist to Arjun. Because he takes him from material misery and grief to transcendental pleasure. So guilt is important, and there's a lot of guilt in our communities, and as I said, we will discuss more in the next 3 days. The next, fear it will happen again. Arjun has this too, right? He says, okay, hang on a minute. What happens if I fall into illusion again? How do I stop that from happening? Doesn't he? He asks questions based on this. Well, I don't want this to happen again. How do I stop it? Okay. So fear it will happen again. When we've gone through a difficult situation and we feel like a failure, the more we identify with it, we set ourselves up with, okay, to protect ourselves. We think that's going to protect us. Okay, well, if I expect this next time, then I'll be better prepared. If I expect failure, I'll be better able to deal with it. What's the problem with that kind of construct or mindset? If I expect it will happen again, I'm better prepared. What's the problem with this? How is it unhelpful?
And then you think that that particular thing will happen again.
Right.
Yeah. And that itself is so pessimist or negative.
Okay, so what happens when you're in a negative mindset? How hard do you try? You don't try because we're scared that we're going to fail.
Yeah.
We think we're going to fail, you don't try very hard. So you're already failing because you don't try hard. Right? The most certain way to succeed is to try again. But when we stay stuck in a fear that we will fail again, or we will lose again, whatever it is, an expectation or a person, or experience that pain again, then we don't connect as deeply. Okay, I'm not going to get into another relationship. I'm not going to give myself this much to another friend. I'm not going to invest myself so much in another service because I lost them. I'm not going to invest myself in another guru like this because they went. And so then when we don't invest, then inevitably we don't have a deep connection, and inevitably not only do we delude ourselves that we're not going to lose it, but we don't get the benefits of the connection. You see? So fear it will happen again. So this stage also has to be processed. We have to go through every single one of these. And when we do process the fear that it will happen again, we then feel pain and sorrow. Feel pain and sorrow. Grief includes pain and sorrow. Has to. Because when you're intimate with something or someone, and it's taken away, even an idea, it hurts. When your safety is taken away, it hurts. You take a comfort blanket away from a child, the child will cry. When we left Krishna, we cried. We felt deep pain in our heart. And we'll remember it again. And when we remember it again, it will be a catalyst to deepen our spiritual life. So pain and sorrow. Why is this important? Why is it important for us to feel the pain and sorrow? Every emotion is self-limiting. We're really scared of feelings. I've noticed this. We're very scared of feelings. We're scared that if we allow ourselves to feel any emotion, it's going to overtake us and consume us. Our brain, our biology, our physical body only has capacity to feel any emotion for a particular period of time. If I share something from, for example, panic and anxiety. One thing with phobias is, a phobia is where there's a particular stimulus which triggers an anxiety attack, right? And people often then develop anticipatory panic or anxiety. That they're so scared of the triggering a panic attack, they're scared of even being exposed. Okay, so they live in anxiety, even anticipate it's about to happen. Okay, and what we sometimes do is expose them to the very thing they're scared of, like literally immerse them in it, to show them that there's only so long you can stay in a state of panic. Your body will stop panicking after a little while, so will your brain, because it just can't cope with it. Right? Your body will just go, okay, well, we're done with this emotion, finished. Okay, so every emotion is self-limiting. It's only kept alive if we keep living in our mind the experience that triggers it. Okay, so it's not just that we immerse the person in the situation, but we also undo the psychology and the patterns around the trigger and response, or exposure and response relationship. We undo that. So, when I was speaking in our first session, when we did the whole backdrop to psychological distress, and I was saying that when we're in a healthy state of mind, we're able to use thoughts and feelings as a barometer to assess where things are at for us, for other people, and as a communication from Krishna. Because he's given us everything, including these feelings. So some of the best ways to release pain and sorrow is to let yourself feel it, because if you let yourself feel it, you'll understand where the real intimacy and attachment lies. And often it lies more in the detail than we realize. And when we understand where the actual attachment lies, then inevitably it leads to the next stage. Sorry, I didn't write down number 6, which is pain and sorrow. So pain and sorrow is the turning point of letting go. Because when we've let ourselves feel it, we're then able to accept. Acceptance. Where are things at now? Because it's like a segue into where are things at now. This is how I feel about the past, this is how I'm feeling now. I've got insight into what it was that I really appreciated about that, what I really wanted, what did I really take shelter of. Because what happens is when we don't go through these stages, when we don't process them, we've lost something and immediately we look for something to replace it, isn't it? When we go through a change, we immediately, okay, well let me look. So many times we live our lives like this. Oh, I didn't get that job, so I've applied for this one. I didn't get this service, so I've applied for this one. This relationship ended, I've just found another one. You know, you see? So it's like we just replace it. We haven't learned what we need to learn by Krishna's grace from him taking something away. So acceptance. So allowing ourselves to feel the pain and sorrow, really feeling it, really looking at it, and then releasing it, does allow us to accept. Because Arjuna, ultimately, what does he do? He feels the pain and sorrow, and through Krishna's guidance, he accepts where things are at. He accepts the truth, both on a material level and on a transcendental level. He accepts from Krishna that you're right, I'm a warrior, and I will want to fight eventually. There's no point in repressing. Because I'm a warrior, I want to protect people. This is my dharma. This is what I was trained to do. This is my nature. But he also accepts that, but he can't rely on that too intimately because it's just for now. And what he should ultimately rely on is his intimate relationship with Krishna. So he accepts the truth. He accepts the future that he's going to have to fight. He accepts it. And then this brings us actually to a stage that many people don't talk about. And this is really important because they don't necessarily know what comes next other than we go into a new situation. But we return to pursuits of love. Okay, transcendental love. That's what Krishna says. Fight for me and you'll love me. You'll come to me. Pursuits of love. So connecting more deeply. When we grieve the loss of a person or a situation, we learn to let go of our false ideas around what keeps us safe. We connect more deeply with what actually and who actually keeps us safe. And actually we can go into a new situation with more trust because we've forgiven Krishna, we've forgiven the other person, and importantly we've forgiven ourselves. One can get stuck at any one of the the first 6 stages. These 6 stages, we can go backwards and forwards through as we connect with different layers of the loss, because we may realize we've lost more than we initially connected with. There's no fixed time, but when people get stuck, it can lead to all sorts of health problems. You know, it can lead to physical illness. Every emotion needs an outlet. When we don't allow ourselves to express our emotions, they sit in all sorts of places. You know, they can sit in your muscles when we're stressed, when we're angry. Don't your muscles become tight? Right? People get backaches, shoulder aches. We carry a burden, don't we? Sadness, when we turn anger inwards and resent ourselves, it can often become a deep sadness and a depression. Isn't it? That we, like a self-loathing. There's so many things, there's so many physical problems that are caused by unhealthy grieving. And if we go on the extreme side of unhealthy grieving, when people have a very prolonged grief process, they're really not letting go, it can lead to all sorts of, it can even lead to psychosis. So many things, so many different things. You can hear hallucinations of the person you've lost, different things. So one can get stuck, but hopefully by recognizing that there's different stages, this may help all of you. This may help you to move forward. So I have an exercise for you to do. So I have my series of questions like I did yesterday. We won't be writing to Krishna today, we'll be more reflecting and discussing. And we're good with time, so that's good. So first of all, I'd like everybody, first question is, I want you to identify a loss that is still present and current for you. Okay, a loss that is still present and current for you. It doesn't matter when that happened, but you still to some degree feel the pain. You may have lost someone 10 years ago, 5 years ago, last year. Maybe you're anticipating that you're about to lose someone. Maybe it's not a person. Maybe you just lost a job, lost a service. Maybe you've had a relationship breakup. Maybe you had an expectation, nothing had actually manifest, but you realized that what you expected from a situation or from a person isn't as it was expected to be. So I want you to identify why isn't this writing? Why isn't it writing? Oh, it's back. A loss that is still present. So it's not about when it happened. It doesn't have to have happened yesterday or today. Maybe it did. Maybe something you're anticipating as well, but it's a loss. It's something that you can clearly identify. This is going, I'm not going to have it anymore. It's better to do one, yeah. Better to do one. Otherwise, you can do the others later. You can go through the same exercise with other things when you get home. I know you're kind of thinking, we're here now, let's just sort everything out in one session. Right? You feel like that sometimes. It could be a life change. Maybe you're grieving the loss of youth, or the loss of health, or the loss of beauty. Maybe you've turned up to a temple and no one recognized you when you're used to being recognized. Maybe you've lost your faith. Maybe you've lost your reputation. When you've written that down, what did or does this mean to you? As in, the thing you're losing or grieving, what does it mean to you? What did you find safety in? What did you find safety in? What are you dependent on this situation or person to give value to your life for? Yeah, maybe you're losing someone who made you feel beautiful and clever. Maybe you're losing someone who made you feel wanted. Maybe you're losing someone or a situation that validated you. In some sense, there's usually some experience of validation. I am. This is the feeling of I am, being validated, right? We say, I think, therefore I am. Well, we don't say it, but philosophers say we think, therefore we are, or I think, therefore I am. We're not just thinkers. Actually, everybody's looking for validation. Nobody says, oh, I wish I could think better. Everybody wants to be seen. Actually, the human existence is I'm validated, therefore I am. We're always looking for validation. I'm allowed to exist and to be seen. And being unique. We like that too. It just doesn't leave me. It may be for some of you important to establish how long it's been. Since the loss? How long has it been since the loss? Or is it anticipated, as in it's about to come? And then question 4. which stage do you identify with? Just particularly in your relationship particularly with this particular loss. That's why I said just stick with one. I can put the stages up for you. So which stage do you identify with? Shock. Are you still shocked? Are you in denial? Are you angry? You turn that anger inwards. Do you blame yourself? You're scared it'll happen again? Are you actually in the active pain and sorrow process? Or have you reached acceptance? I mean, it's likely that you haven't reached acceptance or are at number 8, because 7 and 8 are you're coming out of it. It's unlikely you would have identified it as your example. So I would expect you to be somewhere between 1 and 6. If you're struggling to find something, start with something small. Because we're all at different levels of being psychologically minded. For some people that you introspect a lot and you like to go deep in your feelings. Others, their personalities are set in such a way you're quite pragmatic, you're solution focused, and so you may not have explored your feelings so much yet. And it may just be easier to just look at a simple example of maybe one of your expectations not being met. Okay, and then last question. How do you feel stuck at this stage? In terms of what's stopping you? Like what's holding you back from moving to the next stage? What is the sticking point? How long have you been there? What's your fear? What are you avoiding? What are you not allowing yourself to experience to be able to move to the next stage? Sorry about my handwriting. The reason I've written how do you feel stuck is because how is like, what's it made up of? What is it that's usually avoiding something? What are we avoiding? Am I avoiding feeling bad? Oh my gosh, if I let myself really feel this, I might not be able to do my service for a whole week because I'll just cry and cry and cry and cry. Maybe you're not letting yourself feel anger because you're scared that you may react in a way that may be unpalatable towards others because you've seen volatile anger expressed when you were young and you don't want to become that. Maybe guilt is holding you back. So have a look at where you're stuck and why. Now, same as yesterday, you don't have to share the entire exercise with someone sitting next to you, but if you can share something from your exercise, problem shared is a problem halved, right? So just share. This helps us to sometimes clarify what we've written down and consolidate. Sometimes the other person also gives us insight. It's like a super soul exchange. My super soul in your super soul. My soul in your soul. Yeah? Allow Krishna to come through. We're here in front of Radha Gopinath. So, and if you don't have a pair, work in a 3. Gopinath's here. So maybe we wrap up in about a minute with your discussions. I don't want to interrupt them. So if you just start bringing them to a close. You're all so enthusiastic in your discussion. I want to join in. So let me hear from you now. Nobody wants to stop. It's good. It's good. Ladies? Okay. Would anybody like to share anything?
I'm just asking one
Can we give the mic? Do we have the other mic? Either sharing or question, comment, anything, reflection.
Just sharing one thing, not a specific thing.
Sure.
Is about you took a karmic reaction. Then I couldn't be angry, but because I know it's a karmic reaction. But is all loss are there karmic reactions?
Good question. Everything we experience is for us. The minute we turn to Krishna, the for us, the purpose of the for us changes. So when we're away from Krishna, when we're like, okay, I just want to enjoy separately to you. He as a super soul fulfills all our desires for us to stay away from him. So our karma's played out like that, so we can stay away from him. When we start to engage in spiritual practice, he fulfills our desires in such a way for us that we can turn to him. So ultimately, whether you call it karma, whether you call it a blessing, or if you're very exalted, it may just be a test, because a teacher uses their best students to set an example for everybody else. It's not so much the cause, which is important, it's how do we react. So even if it is karma, how do I respond to what Krishna has sent me? So that's why this is a helpful exercise to do. It's important to address grief. Because even if it's a test, even if it's karma, or even if it's a blessing, the blessing is we're being given an opportunity to see where our ties still are. What do we still take safety in? He's not trying to punish us. Even karma, Krishna doesn't create the laws of karma to punish us. He creates the laws of karma to help us to realize this place will never be our home. It doesn't matter how hard we try. A prisoner, even if they delude themselves that the prison is their home, it isn't. Even if they have the best prison cell in the whole prison, it'll never be home. So there's always love. There's always love behind it. It's about us recognizing it. Anybody want to? Bhagavati Mataji?
I do end-of-life care for the devotees, and my realization is, especially when this list was so clear, that moment when it comes to acceptance, how beautiful that is at that point. The acceptance is there, and it's really like you can pinpoint it.
Yeah.
And then after that, there is time for other people, there is time for relationships, there is much more time for loving exchanges. And it's from that point on, everything becomes so beautiful.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about acceptance. Once we accept, then a whole new world opens up because we see things with clear vision. Does anybody else have anything else they'd like to? Can we pass the microphone?
Yeah.
I mean, when there's pain and sorrow I mean, in my case, it could be for many years for whatever reason. How can that acceptance and connect more deeply happen? Because there's pain and sorrow.
So pain and sorrow has to be processed for us to get to acceptance. Often we don't get to acceptance because we don't let ourselves feel the pain of the loss. We just want to try the next situation that might replace it. Okay? So we don't let ourselves feel sad, we don't let ourselves feel the sorrow. Then how are you going to accept? Because you haven't looked at what you need to clear. If you're going to let go of something, you have to look at what you're holding on to let it go. If you don't look at it, you're blindly letting go. We don't know what we're letting go of. Yeah, if we're going to let go of the hand of something that we've created a false intimate relationship with as a place of safety and hold Krishna's hand instead, we have to look at what we were talking on our first day, we were looking at anartha nivritti, removal of unwanted things. Psychological distress comes under that banner. Removal of unwanted things, he's there in his name, removing. He's there in the whole process of bhakti, everything removes. But removal is just as much about letting go because we have free will. The science of bhakti yoga is that it's about love. Love means free will on both Krishna's side and our side. So he will never forcefully really take anything away. He'll put more effort into taking away based on how much we beg and how much endeavor we make. But in the end, we still have to let go, and then we still have to accept what he's offering us. Even at the time of death, we're letting go of this life. Even prema, if we're given prema at the end of this lifetime, whether we're kripa siddhas, sadhana siddhas, whatever the balance is, we still have to accept it. He's not going to force it on us. There's still got to be acceptance. So pain and sorrow allows us to, as Mother Bhagavati was saying, when we've gone through it and we get to this point of acceptance, there's clarity. We can see that what we're letting go of is something that is not really required, and we're holding on to then and taking the loving hand of Krishna, which is going to be the best thing. And it may be manifesting as a new situation, another person, another service, deeper connection with our chanting. Yeah? Is that okay?
Thank you.
Anyone else like to share? Hare Krishna. Kamala Manjari Mataji, right?
Yeah.
Hare Krishna.
When I go through the process, I realized that when you do something, you never lose just one thing. If you lose someone, you might lose, I don't know, a sense of security, a guide, friendship. And it's like you have to go through all those things, through the process of dealing with
Grief.
And I realized that some aspects, maybe I came to acceptance, but some of it was just stuck with anger or guilt or sorrow. So it's a lot of layers to work through.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it's not a 1 to 8 process. Some areas we might go from 1 to 8, other areas we may go back a little bit and need to revisit it. And if we do it well with people who are good at grieving, are good at letting go and accepting Krishna's mercy. So, we're not in an emergency state anymore. Like when Prabhupada came here, the movement was just starting up. He was in an emergency situation to create a community of like-minded individuals who can take each other closer to Krishna. And he knew he couldn't give the detail of everything. And he's left it to us to unpack things out of kindness and compassion and be kind and compassionate, because that's what devotees are. Naturally, that's what we are. Every person is by nature kind and compassionate. So even though it seems like these things weren't there or weren't written about so much when he was there, they were actually, because everything, the Shastra is so condensed, particularly the language of Sanskrit, it's very rich. There's a lot in one word. Just from the Bhagavad Gita, I can go back to the Bhagavad Gita and pretty much use a psychological analysis and find tools for anything and everything. Just in that. I haven't even moved on to the Bhagavatam. Right? There's so much even in the Bhagavatam. Thank you for sharing. Just wanted to share a couple of things. I know we have a little bit of extra time, so that's good. Things that we can do to help us move through these stages if you're feeling stuck is like yesterday we wrote a letter to Krishna. You can formulate your own words. Make Krishna your friend in your journey of grieving. You can do that as journaling, do it regularly. You don't have to, regular doesn't mean you have to do it every single day. If you feel you can make time once a week, Sunday morning, half an hour, Sunday evening, half an hour, do that. Everybody can start somewhere, okay? Take shelter of the sadhana. Now, what do I mean? This is not you chant more, read more. It's not about more. It's about with better quality. What does that mean? Be present, right? Sometimes, what does it mean to be present? When we're not present, we're either slowing down time by thinking about the past, or we're trying to speed it up by moving to the future. Being present means moving with time as it is. Time is Krishna. So moving at Krishna's pace. Okay, so be present with, so improving our sadhana may really mean that, no, it's not that you have to increase anything, but you may be having to go back and look at how present you are with your different spiritual activities. These are simple things. Now the next two I'm going to say, and surprising maybe for some people, exercise and massage. Why am I saying this? Because all of us are set differently. Some of us, like I said, very problem solvers, just get on with it, don't introspect so much, and you may find you carry your feelings in your body. You may get stomach aches, headaches, muscle tension, back pain, all sorts of little infections here and there. Exercise and massage, the way they work is they move emotions out of the body, right? They literally, where you're carrying it comes, especially massage is really good, right? Therapeutic massage, really good. And exercise is a really good way to just get out of your head if you're overwhelmed with feelings, if you're overwhelmed with emotions. So just simple tools. There's so many things, and this area subject is so vast. This isn't meant to be a whole, everything will be covered, but hopefully you have enough tools to get started at least and continue your journey. I just want to close with a few thoughts on transcendental grieving. Okay, so transcendental grieving. What is this? We have a lot in our Siddhanta, in our sacred texts, about transcendental grieving. The separation and lamentation of the gopis from Krishna. That's what we're doing actually that's what we're moving on to in the Bhagavatam classes in the morning, is we're moving from Rasa Leela to the gopis' separation from Krishna. They lament, but spiritual lamentation brings you closer. Vipralamba ecstasy. Right? Everything here is a perverted reflection. It's not just a clear mirror. It's perverted because it's like those mirrors in a fun fair. You know, they make you look distorted, right? So if you stand in front of a mirror, you can recognize some things. Your hair color is the same. If you're wearing glasses, they'll be there. You know, if you're wearing a red T-shirt, that'll show up in the mirror. If you're wearing a purple gopi skirt, it'll show some features. It's like, oh yeah, that looks pretty similar, but it'll be bent out of shape. Your head will be 10 times bigger, your arms might be 5 times longer, you know, and it looks strange. So this world is a perverted reflection, in that here there really is misery and happiness, misery and happiness. In the spiritual dimension, when we're with Krishna, even separation brings with it joy. Even separation brings with it joy. And we also see this in our bhajans. Narottam Das Thakur's bhajans, you know, even Srila Prabhupada, he laments. But the spiritual lamentation brings us closer to the other person. Because when we lament, we may be talking about the human side of the separation and the pain that we're feeling. But we're connecting with the divinity of the person we're connected to. And every Vaishnava exists eternally. Every person exists eternally. So we want to grieve healthily so that we can connect with the transcendental side of each person and connect actually with Krishna. If we look at our bhajans, even when there's songs of separation, there's also the solution of how to connect. And this often means following the teachings, right? Doing the thing that inspired you most about that person. Maybe they did something that can really, you know, nourish you. I think about people who've helped me to grow up and raised me before I came into Krishna consciousness. And I think about how the many gems that they've given me which have helped my spiritual life. And I know when they leave this world that I will honor them by continuing to live in such a way that honors the best things that they taught me. So transcendental grieving is ultimately about being able to connect with Krishna in love, in separation, but also about how we connect with gurus, shiksha gurus, devotees we associate with, those people who've contributed to our well-being before we came to our Krishna consciousness. Everybody's given us something, even if all they've given us is how not to be. They've given us something. Okay. So there's always some way to transcend the mundane. So thank you so much for being present, for being attentive, for being open, and allowing me to try and offer some service. Tomorrow we start our next 3-part seminar on deepening Vaishnava relationships and transforming aparads. We often try and avoid Vaishnava aparad, and in avoiding Vaishnava aparad, we don't really look closely at how to actually have healthy relationships, because where there's healthy relationships, where there's room for positivity, where it's saturated with positivity, there's no room for negativity. Just like Prabhupada says, where there's sunlight, there's no darkness, right? There's no room for darkness where the sun shines. So this seminar will focus on things that we can do to deepen our relationships and transform aparads rather than avoid them. So things like forgiveness, compassion, overcoming guilt. We're going to discuss different topics. There'll be different exercises to do, and also understand this field of what aparad actually is. What does it mean to offend? Because there's a whole science behind it. Thank you so much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Radha Gopinath ki jai. Leave your pen there.
Unholy heavy chair.
All glories to the beautiful Arctic ceremony of Lord Chaitanya. This Gora Artik is taking place in the groves on the banks of the Jahnavi Ganga. Is attracting the minds of all living entities in the universe. On Lord Chaitanya's right side is Lord Nityananda, and on his left Sri Gadadhara. Nearby stands Sri Advaita, and Srivas Thakur is holding an umbrella over Lord Chaitanya's head. Lord Chaitanya sit down on a jeweled throne, and the demigods headed by Lord Brahma perform the Arctic ceremony. Narahari, Shankara and other associates of Lord Chaitanya fan him with chamaras, and the devotees headed by Sanjaya Pandit, Mukunda Datta and Vashu Ghosh sing sweet kirtana. Conch shells, bells and kartalas resound, and the mridangas play very sweetly. This kirtana music is supremely sweet and relishable to hear. The brilliance of Lord Chaitanya's face conquers millions upon moons, and the garland of forest flowers around his neck shines. Lord Shiva, Shukadeva Goswami and Narada Muni are all there, and their voices are choked with transcendental ecstasies. Thus, Thakur Bhakti Vinod envisions the glory of Sri Chaitanya. Shri Gauranitai. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Shri Shri
Sadigaya Sandaya Sankavaje Gantavade Vaje Karatala Vaje Gantavade Vaje Karatala Mathura Vidanga Vaje Paramarasala Chandadini Adana Ujala Koti Chandadini Adana Ujala Ala de Sevanda Mala Kore Dala Mala Narada Premegada Gana Premegada Gana Akati Vinoda Deke Ogara Sampada Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shiva Sadi Tora Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Vishnu Paramahamsa Parivajikacharya, Ashtotra Shata, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai, Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shamkunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai, Sri Mathura Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Ganga Maya Yamuna Maya Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Gaur Premanande Hari Hari. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Shishi Guru and Gauranga. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Allah, Allah, Dadayinde. Allah, Allah, Dadayinde. Hiranya Kashipu Vakshaha. Hiranya Sila Tanka Lakalaye Sila Tanka Lakalaye Tone Singo Para Tone Singo Tone Yato Yato Yamita Tone Singo Yato Yamita Tone Singo Mahiri Singo Vidaye Singo Singamatin Saranam Kapade Singamatin Saranam Kapade Tavakara Kamalavare Nakaham Advuta Singa Dalita Ranyakashipu Tanu Pingam Kesavatita Narahare Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Kamare Nakama Adutta Singa Dalita Jaya Kesavadita Narahare Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Kesavadita Narahare Rupa Jayani Singade Jayani Singade Jayani Singade Jayani Singade Jai Kalakmara 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 Jayam Kalakmara Shri Palada Singha Bhagavan Ki Jai.
Krishna 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 Come along, we're reading about Krishna. And Krishna.
But I am already Lord Krishna. Is there a difference?
Krishna, Krishna. You can find out. That's it. Krishna, Krishna.
Mooi,
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. We open up the Krishna book, as always, page number 1 for the introduction mantra, glorifying Krishna and asking him for protection. Please, Krishna, give us shelter. Please, Krishna, protect us. Oh Rama Raghava, oh Rama Raghava, please. Krishna, 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 Hare.
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 Krishna, 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 Rakshama.
Krishna, 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 Rakshama.
Krishna, 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 Pahima.
Krishna, 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 Pahima.
Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshama.
Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshama.
Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahima.
Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahima.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Okay, so we are continuing reading from the Krishna book for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada and all the assembled Vaishnavas. And I remember it was funny because sometimes I did sit here alone also for reading. And it happened that the Pujari from the city came from the curtain and he said, "Don't worry, there are 4 Pujaris behind the curtains dressing the deities, they listen to you." Yeah, and then in the devotee kitchen downstairs, in the devotee kitchen they have the radio on, so they listen to Krishna Katha. Yep. And then you never know who's watching. Maybe, maybe my mom is watching. Who knows? I showed her how this works on my platform and to see how it translates. Okay, so now today we are entering into the pastimes of Krishna in Mathura. Krishna in Mathura taking care of Kamsa. We have been waiting for this, right? Have we been waiting for this fight? Okay, we can announce that nowadays in these wrestling arenas, in the right corner we have 256 pounds, the biggest demon of the world, King Kamsa. And in the left corner, weighing 120 pounds and accompanied by his cowherd brother, Shri Balaramaji. Shri Krishna, the Supreme Personality. So then we need the bell, like in every wrestling match they have a bell. Bing, bing, bing. And then it goes. Kamsa versus Kamsa. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win this time? Because we never know. This Krishna book is transcendental. But of course we do know, because Krishna, he is the all-powerful. Krishna is the most mightyful, with all the strength, with all the power, with all the might. And that's Krishna. He himself, he can only be beaten by, well, we know how this ended when he was fighting with Mother Yashoda. Krishna can only bound by love. But here, Kamsa, he is on the opposing side. Chapter 44. Find a comfortable seat. It is page 369.
Sorry, page
369. 369. Chapter 44, the killing of Kamsa. After Kamsa's wrestlers expressed their determination, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the killer of Madhu, confronted Chanura, and Lord Balaram, the son of Rohini, confronted Mushtika. Krishna and Chanura, and then Balaram and Mushtika locked themselves hand to hand, leg to leg, and each began to press against the other with the view to coming out victorious. They joined palm to palm, calf to calf, and head to head, chest to chest, and began to strike each other. The fighting increased as they pushed each other from one place to another. One captured the other and threw him down to the ground, and the other rushed from the back to the front of another and tried to overcome him with a hold. The fighting increased step by step. There was picking up, dragging, pushing, and then the legs and the hands were locked together. All the arts of wrestling were perfectly exhibited by the parties as each tried his best to defeat his opponent. But the audience in the wrestling arena was not very much satisfied, because the combatants did not appear to be equally matched. They considered Krishna and Balarama to be mere boys before Chanura and Mushtika, who were the strongest wrestler, as solid as stone. Being compassionate and favoring Krishna and Balarama, the many ladies in the audience began to talk as follows. "Dear Krishna, there is injustice here." Another said, "Even in front of the king, this wrestling is going on between incompatible sides." The ladies had lost their sense of enjoyment. They could not encourage the fighting between the strong and the weak. Mushtika and Chanura are just like the thunderbolts, as strong as great mountains, and Krishna and Balarama are two delicate boys and of very tender age. The principle of justice has already left this assembly. Persons who are aware of the civilized principles of justice will not remain to watch this unfair match. Those taking part in watching this wrestling match are not very much enlightened. Therefore, whether they speak or remain silent, they are being subjected to the reactions of sinful activities. "But my dear friends," another lady in the assembly spoke out, "just look at the face of Krishna. Just look at the face of Krishna. There are drops of perspiration on his face from chasing his enemy, and his face appears like a lotus flower with drops of water." Another lady said, "Don't you see how the face of Lord Balarama has turned especially beautiful? There is a reddish hue on his white face because he is engaged in a strenuous wrestling match like Mushika." Another lady in the assembly addressed her friend, "Dear friends, just imagine how fortunate is the land of Vrindavana, where the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself is present, always decorated with flower garlands and engaged in tending cows, along with his brother, Lord Balaram. He is always accompanied by his cowherd boyfriends, and he plays his transcendental flute. The residents of Vrindavana are fortunate to be able to constantly see the lotus feet of Krishna and Balarama, which are worshipped by great demigods like Lord Shiva and by the goddess of fortune. We cannot estimate how many pious activities were executed by the dancers of Rajabhumi, so that they were able to enjoy the Supreme Personality of Godhead by looking upon the unparalleled beauty of his transcendental body. The beauty of the Lord is beyond compare. No one is higher or equal to him in beauty, of complexion or bodily luster. Krishna and Balaram are the reservoir of all kinds of opulence, namely wealth, strength, beauty, fame, knowledge, and renunciation. The gopis are so fortunate that they can see and think of Krishna 24 hours a day, beginning from their milking the cows, or husking the paddy, or churning the butter in the morning, while engaged in cleaning their houses and washing their floors. They are always absorbed in the thought of Krishna.
The gopis.
The gopis give a perfect example of how one can execute Krishna consciousness even while performing various types of material engagements. By constantly being absorbed in the thoughts of Krishna, one cannot be affected by the contamination of material activities. The gopis, therefore, are perfectly in trance, samadhi, the highest perfectional stage of mystic power. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is confirmed that one who is constantly thinking of Krishna is a first-class yogi among all kinds of yogis. My dear friends, one lady told another, we must accept the activities of the gopis to be the highest form of piety. Otherwise, how could they have achieved the opportunity of seeing Krishna both morning and evening? In the morning when he goes to the pasturing ground with his cows and cowherd boyfriends, and in the evening when he returns with them, playing on his flute and smiling very brilliantly. When Lord Krishna, the super soul of every living being, understood that the ladies in the assembly were more anxious for him, he decided not to continue wrestling but to kill the wrestlers immediately. The parents of Krishna and Balaram, namely Nanda Maharaj, Yashoda, Vasudeva and Devaki, were also very anxious because they did not know the unlimited strength of their children. Lord Balaram was fighting with the wrestler Mustika. In the same way that Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was fighting and wrestling with Chanura. Lord Krishna appeared to be cruel to Chanura, and he immediately struck him thrice with his fist. Great wrestler was jolted to the astonishment of the audience. Chanura then took his last chance and attacked Krishna, just as one hawk swoops upon another. Folding his two hands, he began to strike the chest of Krishna. But Lord Krishna was not even as slightly disturbed, any more than an elephant is when hit by a flower garland. Krishna quickly caught the two hands of Chanura and began to wheel him around. Simply by a centrifugal action, Chanura lost his life. Krishna then threw him to the ground. Chanura fell just like the flag of Indra, and all his nicely fashioned ornaments were scattered hither and thither. Mustika also struck Balaram, and Balaram returned the stroke with great force. Mustika began to tremble and vomit blood. Distressed, he gave up his vital force and fell down just as a tree falls down in a hurricane. After the two wrestlers were killed, a wrestler named Kuta came forward. Lord Balaram immediately caught him in his left hand and killed him nonchalantly. A wrestler of the name Sala came forward, and Krishna immediately cracked his head with a kick. A wrestler named Tosala came forward and was killed in the same way. Thus all the great wrestlers were killed by Krishna and Balaram, and the remaining wrestlers fled from the assembly out of fear for their lives. All the cowherd boyfriends of Krishna and Balaram approached them and congratulated them with great pleasure. While trumpets resounded and drums were beaten, the leg bells on the feet of Krishna and Balaram tinkled. All the people gathered there began to clap in great ecstasy, and no one could estimate the bounds of their pleasure. The Brahmanas began to praise Krishna and Balaram ecstatically. Only Kamsa was morose. He neither clapped nor offered benedictions to Krishna. Kamsa resented that the trumps and drums should be played for Krishna's victory, and is very sorry that the wrestlers had been killed and had fled the assembly. He therefore immediately ordered the band to stop playing and addressed his men as follows. I order that these two sons of Vasudeva be immediately driven out of Madura. The coward boys who have come with them should be plundered and all the riches taken away. Nanda Maharaj should immediately be arrested and killed for his cunning behavior, and that rascal Vasudeva should also be killed without delay. Also my father, Ugrasena, who has always supported my enemies against me and my will, should be killed. When Kamsa spoke in this way, Lord Krishna became very angry with him, and within a second he jumped onto the high dais of King Kamsa. Kamsa was prepared for Krishna's attack, for he knew from the beginning that Krishna was to be the supreme cause of his death. Kamsa immediately unsheathed his sword and prepared to answer the challenge of Krishna with sword and shield. As Kamsa wielded his sword up and down, he then said, Lord Krishna, the supreme powerful Lord, caught hold of him with great force. The supreme personality of Godhead, who is the shelter of the complete creation and from whose lotus name the whole creation is manifested, immediately knocked the crown from the head of Kamsa and grabbed his long hair in his hand. He then dragged Kamsa from his seat to the wrestling dice and threw him down. Then Krishna at once straddled his chest and began to strike him over and over again. Simply from the strokes of Krishna's fist, Kamsa lost his vital force. To assure his parents that Kamsa was dead, Lord Krishna dragged him just as a lion drags an elephant after killing it. When people saw this, there was a great roaring sound from all sides as some spectators expressed their jubilation and others cried in lamentation. From the day Kamsa had heard he would be killed by the eighth son of Devi, he was always thinking of Krishna with his wheel in hand, and because he was very much afraid of his death, he was thinking of Krishna in that form 24 hours a day without stopping, even while eating, while walking, and while breathing, and naturally he got the blessing of liberation. In the Bhagavad Gita it is stated, Sada tad bhava bhavita. A person gets his next life according to the thoughts in which he is always absorbed. Kamsa was thinking of Krishna with his wheel, which means Narayana, who also wielded conch shell, lotus flower, and club. According to the opinions of authorities, Kamsa attained Sarupya Mukti after death. That is to say, he attained the same form of Narayana Vishnu. On the Vaikuntha planets, all the inhabitants have the same bodily features as Narayana. After his death, Kamsa attained liberation and was promoted to Vaikuntha Loka. From this instance, we can understand that even a person who thinks of the Supreme Person of Godhead as an enemy gets liberation or a place in a Vaikuntha planet. So what to speak of the pure devotees who are always absorbed in favorable thoughts of Krishna? Even an enemy killed by Krishna gets liberation and is placed in the impersonal Brahmana Jyoti. Since the Supreme Person of Godhead is all good, anyone think of him either as an enemy or as a friend gets liberation. But the liberation of the devotee and the liberation of the enemy are not the same. The enemy generally gets the liberation of Sayujya, and sometimes he gets Saropya liberation. Kamsa had 8 brothers, headed by Kanka, all of them younger than he. And when they learned that the elder brother had been killed, they combined together and rushed towards Krishna in great anger to kill him. Kamsa and his brothers were all Krishna's maternal uncles, brothers of Krishna's mother Devaki. When Krishna killed Kamsa, he killed his maternal uncle, which is against the regulations of Vedic injunctions. Although Krishna is independent of all Vedic injunctions, he violates the Vedic injunctions only in inevitable cases. Kamsa could not be killed by anyone but Krishna. Therefore, Krishna was obliged to kill him. But as far as Kamsa's 8 brothers were concerned, Balaram took charge of killing them. Balaram's mother, Rohini, although the wife of Vasudeva, was not the sister of Kamsa. Therefore, Balaram took charge of killing all of Kamsa's 8 brothers. He immediately took up an available weapon, most probably the elephant's tusk which he carried, and killed the 8 brothers one after another, just as a lion kills a flock of deer. Krishna and Balaram thus verify the statement that the Supreme Person of Godhead appears in order to give protection to the pious and to kill the impious demons, who are always enemies of the demigods. The demigods from the higher planetary system showered flowers, congratulating Krishna and Balaram. Among the demigods were powerful personalities like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, and all joined together in showing their jubilation over Kamsa's death. There were beating of drums and showering of flowers, from the heavenly planets, and the wives of the demigods danced in ecstasy. The wives of Kamsa and his 8 brothers were aggrieved at the sudden death of their husbands, and all of them struck their foreheads and shed torrents of tears, crying loudly and embracing the bodies of their husbands, which lay on the wrestling dais. The wives of Kamsa and his brothers lamented, addressing the dead bodies. Our dear husbands, you are so kind and are the protectors of our dependents. Now, after your death, we are also dead, along with your homes and children. We no longer look auspicious. On account of your death, the auspicious functions to take place, such as the sacrifice of the bow, have all been spoiled. Our dear husbands, you treated persons ill who were faultless, and as a result you have been killed. This is inevitable, because a person who torments an innocent person must be punished by the laws of nature. We know that Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality Godhead. He is the Supreme Master and Supreme Enjoyer of everything. Therefore, one who neglects his authority can never be happy, and ultimately, as you have, he meets death. Since Krishna was kind and affectionate to his aunts, he solaced them as far as possible. The ritualistic ceremonies performed after death were then conducted under the personal supervision of Krishna, because he happened to be the nephew of all the dead princes. After finishing this business, Krishna and Balaram immediately released their father and mother, Vasudeva and Devaki, who had been imprisoned by Kamsa. Krishna and Balaram fell at their parents' feet and offered them prayers. Vasudeva and Devaki had suffered so much trouble from Kamsa because Krishna was their son. Vasudeva and Devaki had suffered so much trouble from Kamsa because Krishna was their son. Devaki and Vasudeva were fully conscious of Krishna's exalted position as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, although Krishna touched their feet and offered them obeisances and prayers, they did not embrace him, but simply stood up to hear the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although Krishna was born as the son, Vasudeva and Devaki were always conscious of his position. Thus ended the background purport of the 44th chapter of Krishna, the killing of Kamsa. Jai. Any comments? Any? No? So there's hope for even bad people, yeah? In Krishna consciousness. So even if you're really, really bad, you can still get liberation. You can still go back to this Kamsa went back to Vaikuntha Loka.
Yes.
Merciful, yes.
That is the mercy of the Lord.
I have the pictures of it. See the picture?
Yeah.
It's so graphic.
Do we start anew? Yeah, we start next chapter. Krishna will start with the son of his teacher. So that's a very nice chapter as well. Yeah, good for the Bhakta course. Yeah, this is Krishna. So, chapter 45. Krishna recovers the son of his teacher. When Lord Krishna saw Vasudeva and Devaki standing in a reverential attitude, he immediately expanded his influence of Yogamaya so that they could treat him and Balaram as children. As in the material world, the relationship exists between father and mother, and children can be established among different living entities by the influence of the illusory energy. So, by the influence of Yogamaya, the devotee can establish a relationship in which the Supreme Personality of Godhead is his child. After creating this situation by his Yogamaya, Krishna, appearing with his elder brother Balaram as the most illustrious son in the dynasty of the Sattvatas, very submissively and respectfully addressed Vasudeva and Devaki. My dear father and mother, although you have always been anxious for the protection of our lives, you could not enjoy the pleasure of having us as your babies, as your growing boys, and as your adolescent youth. Krishna indirectly praised the fatherhood of Nanda Maharaj and motherhood of Yashoda as most glorious because although he and Balaram were not their born sons, Nanda and Yashoda actually enjoyed their childhood pastimes.
By nature's own arrangement, the childhood of the embodied living being is enjoyed by his parents. Even in the animal kingdom, parents are found to be affectionate to their cubes. Being captivated by the activities of their offspring, they take much care for their well-being. As for Vasudeva and Devaki, they were always anxious for the protection of their sons, Krishna and Balaram. That is why Krishna, after his appearance, was immediately transferred to another's house. Balaram was also transferred from Devaki's womb to Rohini's womb. Vasudeva and Devaki were full of anxieties for Krishna's and Balaram's protection, but they couldn't enjoy their childhood pastimes. Krishna said, "Unfortunately, being ordered by our fate, we could not be raised by our own parents to enjoy childhood pleasure at home. My dear father and mother, a man cannot repay his debts to his parents, from whom he gets this body, which can bestow upon him all the benefits of material existence. According to the Vedic instructions, this human form of life enables one to perform all kinds of religious activities, fulfill all kinds of desires, and acquire all kinds of wealth. And only in this human form is there every possibility that one can get liberation from material existence. This body is produced by the combined efforts of the father and mother. Every human being should be obliged to his parents and understand that he cannot repay his debts to them. If after growing up, a son doesn't try to satisfy his parents by his action or by an endowment of riches, he is surely punished after that by the superintendent of death and made to eat his own flesh. If a person is able to care for or give protection to old parents, a chaste wife, children, the spiritual master, brahmanas, and other dependents, but doesn't do so, he is considered already dead, although he is supposedly breathing. My dear father and mother, you have always been anxious for our protection, but unfortunately we couldn't render any service to you. Until now we have simply wasted our time. Due to reasons beyond our control, we could not serve you. Mother and father, please excuse us for our sinfulness. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead was speaking as an innocent boy in very sweet words, Vasudeva and Devaki became captivated by parental affection and embraced him with great pleasure. They were amazed and couldn't speak or answer the words of Krishna, but simply embraced him and Balaram in great affection and remained silent, shedding incessant tears. Incessant tears. Thus, having consoled his father and mother, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, appearing as the beloved son of Devaki, approached his grandfather Ugrasena and announced that Ugrasena would never be the king of the Yadu kingdom.
Kamsa has been forcibly ruling the kingdom of the Yadu, in spite of the presence of his father, whom he had arrested. But after the death of Kamsa, his father was released and announced to be the monarch of the Yadu kingdom. It appears that in those days in the western part of India, there were many small kingdoms ruled by the Yadu dynasty. Andaka dynasty, Vrishni dynasty, and Bhoja dynasty. Maharaja Ugrasena belonged to the Bhoja dynasty. Therefore, Krishna indirectly declared that the king of the Bhoja dynasty would be the emperor of the other small kingdoms. Krishna willingly asked Maharaja Ugrasena to rule over himself and Balarama because they were his subject. The word praja is used both for progeny and for citizens. So Krishna belonged to the praja, both as a grandson of Maharaja Ugrasena's and as a member of the Yadu dynasty. Thus he voluntarily accepted the rule of Maharaja Ugrasena. He informed Ugrasena, being cursed by Jayati, the kings of the Yadu dynasty may not occupy the throne. It will be our pleasure to act as your servants. My full cooperation with you will make your position more exalted and secure, so that the kings of other dynasties will not hesitate to pay their respective revenues. Protected by me, you will be honored even by the demigods from the heavenly planets. My dear grandfather, out of fear of my late uncle Kamsa, all the kings belonging to the Yadu, Vrishni, Andaka, Madhu, Dasharha, and Kukura dynasties were very anxious and disturbed. Now you can pacify them all and give them assurance of security. The whole kingdom will be peaceful.
All the kings in the neighboring area had left their homes in the fear of Kamsa and were living in distant parts of the country. Now, after the death of Kamsa and the reinstallment of Ugrasena as king, the neighboring kings were given all kinds of presentations and comforts. Then they returned to their respective homes. After this nice political arrangement, the citizens of Madura were pleased to live in Madura, being protected by the strong arms of Krishna and Balarama. On account of good government in the presence of Krishna and Balaram, the inhabitants of Madura felt complete satisfaction in the fulfillment of all their material desires and necessities, because they saw Krishna and Balaram daily, face to face. They soon forgot all material misery completely. As soon as they saw Krishna and Balaram coming out in the street, very nicely dressed and smiling, and looking at the citizens with grace, the citizens were immediately filled with loving ecstasies simply by seeing the personal presence of Mukunda. The name Mukunda refers to one who can award liberation and transcendental bliss. Krishna's presence acted as such a vitalizing tonic that not only the younger generation but even the old men of Madura became fully invigorated with youthful energy and strength by regularly seeing him. Nanda Maharaja and Yashoda were also living in Madura because Krishna and Balaram were there. But after some time, they wanted to go back to Vrindavana. Krishna and Balaram went before Nanda and Yashoda and very affectionately embraced them, and then the two lords spoke as follows. Dear Father and Mother, although we were born of Vasudeva and Devaki, you have been our real father and mother, because from our very birth and childhood you raised us with great affection and love. Your affectionate love for us was more than anyone can offer one's own children. You are actually our father and mother, because you raised us as your own children, when we were just like orphans. For certain reasons, we were rejected by our father and mother, and you protected us. Dear Father and Mother, we know that you will feel separation upon returning to Vrindavana and leaving us here. But please, rest assured that we shall come back to Vrindavana just after giving some satisfaction to our real father and mother, Vasudeva and Devaki, and our grandfather and our other family members. Krishna and Balaram thus satisfied Nanda and Yashoda by sweet words and by presentation of various kinds of clothing, ornaments and copper utensils. They satisfied them, along with their friends and neighbors would come with them from Vrindavan to Mathura as fully as possible. On account of excessive parental affection for Balaram and Krishna, Nanda Maharaj felt tears in his eyes, and he embraced them and started with the cowherd men for Vrindavana. After this, Vasudeva had his sons initiated by a sacred thread as this token of second birth, which is essential for the higher castes of human society. Vasudeva called for his family priests and learned brahmanas, and the sacred thread ceremony of Krishna and Balaram was duly performed. During the ceremony, Vasudeva gave various ornaments in charity to the brahmanas and endowed them with cows decorated with silken cloths and golden ornaments. Then Vasudeva remembered the cows that he wanted to give in charity to the brahmanas after the birth of Krishna and Balaram. But being imprisoned by Kamsa at that time, Vasudeva had been able to do so only within his mind, for Kamsa had stolen all his cows. With the death of Kamsa, his cows were released, and now Vasudeva gave the actual cows to the brahmanas. Then Balarama and Krishna were duly initiated with the sacred thread ceremony, and they repeated the chanting of the Gayatri mantra. The Gayatri mantra is offered to disciples after the sacred thread ceremony, and Balaram and Krishna properly discharge the duties of chanting this mantra. Anyone who executes the chanting of this mantra has to abide by certain principles and vows. Although Balaram and Krishna are transcendental personalities, they strictly follow the regulated principles. They were initiated by their family priest Gargacharya, usually known as Gargamuni, the Acharya of the Yadu dynasty. According to Vedic culture, every respective family has an Acharya, or spiritual master. One is not considered a perfectly cultured man without being initiated and trained by an Acharya. It is said, therefore, that one who has approached an Acharya is actually in perfect knowledge. Lord Krishna and Lord Balaram are the Supreme Person of Godhead, the master of all education and knowledge. There is no need for them to accept a spiritual master or Acharya. Yet, for the instruction of ordinary men, they also accepted a spiritual master for advancement in spiritual knowledge. It is customary after initiating the Gayatri mantra who want to live away from home for some time under the care of the Acharya to be trained in spiritual life. During this period, one has to work under the spiritual master as an ordinary menial servant. There are many rules and regulations for a brahmachari living under the care of an Acharya, and Krishna and Balaram strictly followed those regulated principles while living under the instruction of their spiritual master Sandipani Muni, who was a resident of Avantipura in the northern Indian district of Ujjain. According to scriptural injunctions, a spiritual master should be respected and regarded on an equal level with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna and Balaram exactly followed these principles with great devotion and underwent the regulations of Brahmacharya. Thus they satisfied the spiritual master who instructed them in Vedic knowledge. Being very satisfied, Sandipani Muni instructed them in all the intricacies of Vedic wisdom and in supplementary literature such as the Upanishads. Because Krishna and Balaram happened to be Kshatriyas, they were specifically trained in military science, politics and ethics. Politics included such departments of knowledge as how to make peace, how to fight, how to pacify, how to divide and rule, and how to give shelter. All these items were fully explained and instructed to Krishna and Lord Balaram.
Krishna Bhakti,
Jai, Jai, Hari Hari Bo.
So we get to know more about the 64 arts.
Jai.
Krishna
Oh.
in the next day.
Jai.
Tomorrow.
Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sanyavadi Pasachadi Satarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktarinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Everybody, if you could pray today, because it's an unusual prayer, but we see how merciful the Holy Name is, and the Vaishnavas. If you could extend your compassion to a little dog that tomorrow will leave her body, so maybe we could all pray to Shri Radha Gopinath and Radhadesh TV Channel and Shri Gauritai for this soul to have onward journey towards Krishna in a happy way, because she was suffering a lot. So thank you so much.
Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Ki